Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Want to remind everybody to switch over from top chat to live chat so you can all see each other's comments. I see we've already got a few people in. Hello, Flying Shark. Hello, Doug. And hello, Ill. Hope you're all having a chill time. Shark says, it's Sunday stream time, indeed. And Doug says Sunday streams in this economy? It might be more likely than you'd think. Shark is exactly what you followed up with. Ill says, hello. Hello, Ill. Shark says, remember to change the chat folder. See, you already are all on this. I don't even have to say it anymore. Bill says, can't wait to lay down and watch the stream. Well, I hope you enjoy while you're relaxing. So yeah, today we will likely be finishing the last campfire if the estimates that I've seen in terms of length of the game are accurate. So that's more or less what we got planned. And I wanted to, at some point today, discuss the concept of foundation. And what I mean by foundation is actually a concept from, I believe it's Asimov's Foundation series. It's been a long time since I read Foundation, but the premise in that series is essentially that the Galactic Empire is about to collapse, and it's proved that it will. And so there's a creation of an alternate society. I'm sorry, Ill says, as Isaac Asimov, yes. That's who I'm referring to. And they put out a series with it within the past year or two, and I never watched it. So I couldn't tell you how good it was. But oh no, Shark had said Isaac Asimov. Sorry. I thought that said Ill for a second. But yeah, basically the premise is that the protagonists in the first books end up trying to create a society that will kind of fill the void when the Empire falls. And so, a question that is always on my mind is, if everything were to collapse, fall apart, if the Empire were to collapse in our reality, what would our foundation look like? And so I kind of wanted to talk about that, given that we are talking about this concept and exploring this concept of the last campfire, like whatever that means. Last week we spoke a little bit about hope kind of interwoven into the narrative of the game. And I feel like that's something that we could also do in terms of this idea of what we would try to create in the Empire's place, as it were, if it were to ever collapse. So Ilsa, Doug rather says, we all share the same brain cell here. I mean, we've got very few, but you know, we do share them, and it works, which is also a concept in Foundation, but that's spoilery and getting into the later books in the series. Il says, one with no bosses above. Yeah, definitely would want to see a lack of hierarchy in that society. That would be a big factor. But yeah, we can talk more about that as we're going through. With that said though, Let's pop back into the last campfire. Shark says mutual aid is sharing brain cells. At least the thoughts that connect to the brain cells for sure. So I don't remember what we were up to. It has been 2 weeks since we last did this, so I'm a little bit confused as to where we were up to. We have a fishing net, a red feather, we have... Right, we got the lotus seeds, and we were supposed to bring the lotus seeds back to somebody. And there were these forgotten things that I was trying to collect. Turns out you don't have to collect all 42 for 100%. So there's that. I would like to collect as many as possible, but, you know, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. And I remember we had to bring the lotus seeds back to somebody. We were also able to tell if we'd gotten the lost things on a certain screen based on what's on the top left corner. So we still have one on this screen that we can get. Though I could not tell you where. I did figure out during from the last time that we played where one of the ones that I was struggling with was, because I had watched in post and I realized something. So I'm gonna go see if I can go back to that spot and grab it. It says all the animal friends say hello. Hello, animal friends. Okay, so this is the campfire screen itself. There's the pig. And the thing I want... okay. Involves crossing over this way. Jaguar, hello and welcome. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. So apparently I could interact with this block, which was not apparent to me at all. But that's how you get this other lost thing. Also, hello and welcome, Zero. Zero says, howdy y'all, I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I'm cleaning space in my yard for a vegetable garden. That sounds exciting. Good luck with that. I hope that works out for you.
Inside was a scrap of journal. Less and less grows here. I dare not go in the caves alone. The spiders whisper. Their cobwebs glitter. I am not sure I am ready.
So that's all of them on this screen. So I don't know if I've gotten them all up to this point. But we're gonna hope that I have. I feel like even if they're not 100% criteria, it would be nice to theoretically have, at the very least, some sort of menu or option to be able to see how many you have in total, or maybe what screens you visited. Because, like, we're missing this one right here. Like, I can see it. But just being able to see how many you're missing at different points in the game and be able to go back and revisit it would have been a nice feature just as a quality of life. Because even if it's not required, it's still just a nice to have kind of thing.
The stranger said excitedly. I've not heard a lanthorn play in a long time. Magical sound a lanthorn makes. Your whole body moves. Let me tell you, I plays a good lanthorn.
Is that a hint that I'm supposed to play the instrument? I gotta be able to put something like right here in order to get that one. Like, I know that's how I got this one. I imagine, though, that I still have to put something on that in order to raise it up. That works. Now I could bring the block up to the top. Oh, it won't let me just fall off the side here. That's inconvenient. So how do I get on top of the block? Oh. There's a staircase. I see it.
The Wanderer's Diary.
Problem solved.
Frogs play at the feet of fallen statues. Simple, splashy, happy little hoppers. They seem content in the home they've made.
Sneaky staircase indeed. But that's everything on this screen. Flashy Little Hoppers sounds like the name of a band. I don't know what style of music they play, but... Doug says, aren't we all splashy little hoppers?
Ember was jealous of the pig, snoring contentedly.
So where's the other one on this screen? Was I able to do something with
The
you?
frog was relieved to see Ember again. They asked that Ember take the lotus seeds to their old friend, the cook.
I remember the cook. And that's really where I left off. I had to bring that stuff to the cook. But I want to find out where... the last thing I need is. What's in this cave again? Okay, that's how I got the first one. It's coming back to me that I had the whole puzzle with the pig here that I had to get on the wheel. I don't know if maybe I have to go down further on the right over there at some point. Oh,
Ember found the Wanderer's diary.
that was way more simple
The
than I
earth
was
resists
thinking.
my wishes. The lanthorn will not answer when I blow. I must be rid of it. I hide the wretched instrument deep in a riddle.
Okay. I have 25 of 42 forgotten things. I'd like to be able to know if I had all of them thus far. I wonder if there's a checklist somewhere, or like a total that I could check somewhere online. Tell me how many I'm supposed to have at the point of the lotus seeds. Doug says, either like the dirtiest metal you've ever heard or a child. That's fair. When dirty, you mean intense. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. Shark says, sounds like it's from the Frog Detective OST. Does Frog Detective have an OST? I would listen to that unironically. That was a good game. Shark said, how's everybody's Sunday so far? Well, I will tell you, my Sunday is relaxing. I'm just enjoying the vibes, glad to be here with you all, and just playing some video games. Don't remember where the hook was entirely. But I'm sure I'll figure it out. Jaguar says, trying to relax. How's yours?
A stone golem frozen in the lake, a relic from a forgotten time. A stone golem frozen in the lake, a relic from a forgotten time.
Here's the cook. I am missing a box on this screen, though. So I should try to figure out how to get that. It's probably this stone, now that I know I can pull these stones out. Yep. Doug says today's been alright despite the fact that this lock won't open when I do the clicky things
Ember
inside.
uncovered a journal entry.
Well, that sounds
I dock
like
my boat at the final
you're not doing
harbor.
it right.
Soft drips dripping over slick black rock. Something hisses from the dark.
Because if you were doing it right, the lock would open when you did the clicky thing. Not that I know anything about picking locks. Doug says I know this is purely a skill issue. I'm sure you'll get it.
Like so soon?
Damn right.
I can't believe... Where did you... I've never cooked with lotus seeds before. Ember felt happy seeing the cook suddenly so full of purpose. What a lovely surprise! What a lovely surprise! Please try some. It's not much, but there's plenty to go around. Help yourself. Be well, little one. And do remember me if you are ever hungry.
What do I do with this now? I feel like every pig is now going to attack me. Do I bring this back to the campfire?
The pig was joyous. What is this, morsel? My insides feel as refreshed as my outsides. I did not dream such food was possible. We will plant a garden of treats. We will grow and eat like Piggy King. Compliments to the chef.
Okay, so now what? Shark says I'm doing pretty good. I'm going to use a different browser, so I have to move all my bookmarks and stuff over to the new one. Is there no import feature that automatically does that for you? That's... I'd be frustrated with that. Jaguar says good luck with the migration, Shark. Yeah, for sure. Definitely good luck with that. Shark says, I feel like every pig is now going to attack me. Just another day as an arrow. That shouldn't be as funny as it is. Good one, Shark. Good one. Doug says, man, literally had a bowl of soup and it changed my life. I could go for a bowl of soup right now.
The frog seemed nervous, but also relieved to see Ember. They told Ember that the birds had let all the pigs into the orchard, and that the pigs had eaten everything, all whilst the birds watched and laughed. Except one precious thing the frog had managed to keep safe. The frog offered the lotus seeds to Ember. They pleaded for Ember to take the lotus, as the frog knew how important good ingredients were in hard times. The frog was relieved to see Ember again. They asked that Ember take the lotus seeds to their old friend, the cook.
So, what am I supposed to do with the meal now? Because it sounds like I wasn't supposed to give it to the pig I just gave it to. Doug says, just couldn't imagine, food could be wet or whatever. Yes, food can indeed be wet. Shark says, no sync feature on mobile as far as I know. Oof. You know, technology when it works is such a relief, but when it doesn't sync up or connect properly, it's one of the most infuriating things. But I think I'm gonna have to follow the path around and not go by the pig. Because I think the pigs are gonna try to eat all my foods. And I'm assuming I got to take the meal back to the frog.
Hello there. Thank you for everything. Take this and be well, little one.
On my way to go take this to the frog. Unless I'm supposed to be delivering this to the campfire, question mark? But that doesn't make sense. Oh, no, that's a problem, isn't it? I can't get down.
Cheerily, the stranger said, Don't say much, remind me of one of those who stood there, mouth open. I like you.
I'm kind of limited with my options here. Also, this thing turns blue. Like, what does that mean?
The pig was joyous. My insides feel I did not dream we will plant a garden of treats. We will grow compliments to the chef.
I'm kind of unsure what I have to do here. I'm also missing somebody. What if there's a cooldown so it won't eat more food? Maybe? Also, I forget what was in here. Right.
Back so soon? Thank you for everything. Take this and be well, little one.
Okay. I got more food. Nope, Piggy's active again. Don't know if I have a way to get around. And this area is not very helpful. Very strange.
Back so soon? Thank you for everything. Take this and be well, little one.
I am a little bit unsure of what to do. Apparently there's nothing to do with the food? That's really strange. Very strange indeed. Did that. Ba, ba, ba. Do it. I remember doing that. I am very confused at where I'm supposed to be going right now. Because I'm missing one of the kids for this area, as it were. You have to buy some clothes at the soup store. That meme never gets old. Where? Oh. I just want to know where the last spirit I'm missing for this area is. I'm gonna just quickly look up a guide super quick to just kind of speed things up. Alright. The East Marsh. Okay, I did all the walkway stuff. The Pig Marsh. Move the staircase, got past that. Yeah. Here's the pig. Great. I got that forlorn. I remember doing that puzzle. The kindling. Yeah, I did that one because that's the one I'm standing right near at the moment, or was standing right near at the moment that involved the block puzzle. Um, let's see, the Path of Ruin. That's the one with the pipes on the other screen. I remember that one. I remember that one. I remember that one. That's moving the mirror puzzle. Ba -ba. It's the one with the 4 blocks. There's the pulley system and the wheel. I've done that for Lauren. That was a hard one. I remember that one. And I did that one. So I'm very confused. I'm apparently missing one, but I feel like I've done all the puzzles that are required. I've done those two. Oh, I haven't gotten that one there. I feel silly. That should have been an obvious one. Because the statue's still there. I will need this block. Oh, I can't just... Okay. Let's bring this back over then. Oh, I can make it fall off. That works. So I can bring this here. I can walk across this. Here we go. That makes sense now.
The stranger puzzled over their journey. Some steps felt effortless. Some steps seemed impossible. Again and again they returned to the past.
That's 2. How do I light this last one?
They twisted by unseen.
That wasn't bad. And that should be every forlorn in this area.
Gratefully, the stranger said, "Friend, thank you. We all help each other along the path."
That is true. We all help each other along the path.
Gratefully, the stranger said, "Friend, gratefully,
Okay,
the
I don't
stranger
want to
said,
talk to you
"Friend,
at the
thank
moment.
you.
I want to drop
We
this
all
chain.
help each other along the path."
Thank you. So now we should definitely light the campfire. Smoke and mist and campfire of the marsh achievements unlocked.
The ghost said, "You have done all you can, little one. Your journey lies ahead. You have done well to get this far, little one. I will clear the path ahead for you."
Nice. Shark says, but competition, what about innovation? Can't help people without a profit motive.
You have seen another watching over you.
You've seen another watching.
They know the secrets of this place. Seek them out.
I mean, you can definitely help people without a profit motive, but unfortunately, it's, if the system incentivizes a certain cruelty,
The forlorn was cold to the touch, different to the others. The stranger spoke. "Thank you for coming to help. I can't let another in right now." Ember shared a moment with the forlorn and hoped they would find what they needed. The painting was the same as Ember had seen before. 2 embers shone clearly in the daylight now, their journey ahead.
Doug says, okay, that's enough lockpicking for now. Should probably stop before my hand starts hurting. That sounds like a good plan. Having hand pain does not sound good. How do I get that?
Well now, we've been looking everywhere for you. Oh, fun, over the wall they go. Hope you have a good excuse for running off, Scab. Ember's heart sank. Ember tried to think of an excuse. Save your made-up stories for the Forest King. Oh, yes, tell the lies to the king.
I was not ready to go up.
Ember felt nervous standing before the king again. Frustrated, the Forest King said, "Poor tired Ember, where did you go? You must rest now." "You give false hope, try and fail and hurt. This is all there is." Ember could feel the Forest King looking right through them. "This end, there no more. Why not stop? Let go of this.
Yeah, you don't want to help people. Just chill here.
You must stay. No more foolish hope. Last chance. Take key now. Make sure gates are locked. Let no more in. Let no more out." Ember took the key. What choice did they have?
I really hope I'm able to get back to where I was, because there was one thing on that screen and it didn't seem obvious on how to get to it.
Yeah, this really is your last chance. Don't betray the Forest King again.
I'm gonna definitely betray the Forest King again. That is definitely a thing that's happening. Where does this lead? Oh, this is back. Alright, so I technically would have an opportunity around now to collect everything if I missed it. Anybody able to find a guide that tells me how many I should have after clearing the marsh? Because I have 26 of 42.
Ember approached the forlorn. They said, I don't want. Ember could not help. Not all problems were puzzles to be solved.
Please tell me it'll let me take this back down. Yay! Now how do I get that one? There's a path down this way. Can I make use of this froggy statue? Maybe hop on it? Yep.
Hidden away was a scrap of journal. The snake is drawn to the light. They are not so fearsome after all. I think they mean no harm.
So that's 27 now. I'm just not sure I'm gonna have another opportunity to go back after this point, so I definitely want to know if I have everything. Oh, I could have just pushed that down instead of going around. Let me do that. Doug says, this game is going to stick with me for a while. And by this game, I mean the phrase, "oh, how they crack." Because the frogs crackled in the fire. Poor froggies. Think I'm gonna see if I can check a guide super quick. I just want to make sure that we're getting the full experience here. Let's see, secret guide. Let's see. Checklist. For the forest campfire area by the end gate, you should have 3 notes. You'll get a 4th one after leaving the forest. After the crossroad and before the next campfire, you should have 15 total. The marsh campfire area has 11, bringing you to 26. After leaving the marsh, you get 1 more for 27. Yeah. And after the crossroad leading to the next campfire, there should be 6 more in total. And then 8 in the campfire area for the last area. So it looks like I'm good. Yeah, looks like I'm good. I have them all. That's pretty awesome.
The crossroads gate was locked.
If only I had a
Ember
crossroads
placed the key in the lock and slowly began to turn it.
I see what you want me to do.
Eagerly, Ember left the birds behind, glad to be free. The traveller whispered, "Used to be a river all round here. Watched the birds build the dam night and day. Took them forever. They had no clue what they were doing. It was hilarious."
Hello, crab
It was
friend.
an abandoned boat, sadly stranded in the mud. Ember was at the entrance to a dark cave. The smell of stale water oozed out like it had once been flooded, but now was bone dry.
So we gotta make our way into that entrance somehow. What's the point of being over here? I would have imagined there was a doorway there. Also, I see the thing I need to get is up that way. But how do I get up there? And there's 2 on this screen. I bet this is probably going to be the part of the game where the puzzles start to get a little more complex.
The forlorn was not the same as the others. The stranger spoke. I'm not ready to let go of how I'm feeling. With regret, Ember moved on. It was a Gordian knot. Impossible to untie. Ember needed something sharp to cut it.
Okay. I feel like I'm gonna get another tool here, because otherwise I don't know how I would go about doing things. Doug says all puzzles will end up being that one block puzzle that we were stuck on.
Excitedly, the stranger said, "Look, it's Iron Claw."
Am I gonna steal that crab's claw?
Friend, this crab is the terror of the marsh. Together we can trap him.
Alright, let's
I've
trap
got a
him.
plan. Been waiting for someone to help. You help me, and I'll help you.
I just need a sharp thing.
Try lowering the crab over here with the chum in that bucket.
So what you want me to do is go get a chum bucket in order to deal with a crusty crab? I'm not sorry for that joke.
He's not got eyes in the back of his head.
Okay, why does he turn? Every time. Doug says one problem though, I do not see a single bit of crust on that crab. I disagree. This is very clearly a crusty crab. I messed up. Okay, what if I do that? Will you just come out this way? Yeah. And then you turn. And then you turn again. And now I'm gonna throw here, 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 and then here. We caught the crab. Let's go. But also, I want this.
Ember found a scrap of journal.
Jaguar said
In
the
the
shell
dark,
is crusty
I
because
slip and
crust.
stumble, land hard upon my knee. Without
Well
thinking,
done.
I reach for an absent hand. Crab is all yours. Didn't plan. Look at that claw though, friend. Could do some real damage.
Dang right. I'm gonna use this, crab friend now. The crab's worst nightmare giving him a little flip. I mean, that's devastating for a little crabby. I love how now it just, like, stays in place. We launched the crab. We have achieved flight. Okay, that leads back to this screen, which allows me to push this through. Still hasn't solved all that, but it's progress. What is up this way? Okay, that's... I could probably maneuver that in order to get up a little further.
Ember thought of the pigs from the marsh. Someone had tightly sealed the dam's mouth. Ember wondered what secrets it might spill.
Oh, there's definitely a secret if I go down. Yep.
Hidden inside was the Wanderer's journal. Alone I searched. I swallowed hesitation. And at last, the doorway opened. But beyond there was nothing. I did not understand.
I'm sure by the end of the game we will understand a little bit more. At least one can hope. Bring me up now. Oh, I see the other thing I need. And I think I see how I'm supposed to do that. I should get that first. Okay, we can use this to get me here. And then, of course, if I pull myself all the way up, yeah, here's the other one.
Inside was a secret diary entry. And so it goes. We try, we fail, there is nothing more. Home is not as I wished. Hope, do not believe in false hope.
That's starting to sound like the birds don't believe in false hope. So I'm assuming that I can use the fact that we're going to open up this dam to get access to some of the higher platforms in the first areas here before the cave. Doug says maybe the Bird King is the Wanderer and failed or something. That's possible.
The stranger pondered. I just wanted to fix things, to help get the water flowing again. But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Do any of us really? I'm sure I'll figure it out, though.
The bellows breathed life into the fire beneath the boiler. But it would take more air to fully stoke the fire.
Seems like I have to fix pipes now. That's not right. There we go. That opens the stairs.
Oh, that did something. I think there's one more of those valve things.
Hello and welcome, Duke. Hope you're having a chillin' lovely Sunday. Glad you could join us. Let me go get that. That's the fourth one. Doug said, Ember's job so far, mechanic,
inside.
therapist, delivery person, guard,
The embers rushed
but didn't
past
finish
in
the
a blur.
shift.
They must not know what awaits. Poor, foolish little embers. A few trip and falter, grasping for a reason to stop or turn around.
This Ember has a lot of jobs going on. How do I get up there then? I had assumed that I was going to... Oh. That feels... Yeah. Okay, I got it. Just turn that this way in order to get this piece down. Now we can pop that over here. Rotate that like that. And now we've got a complete circuit.
I can't believe you did it.
Yeah.
I hope we don't get in trouble for this.
Oh, we're gonna get in trouble. We're betraying the Bird King. Like,
What a
hardcore.
satisfying rush the dam waters burst.
That's gross.
Ember really did hope they wouldn't be in trouble.
Duke says, finished grocery shopping and now I be chillin'. Well, I hope that you are able to, you know, enjoy and chill with us on this Sunday now that your major task is done. Bill says, nap number 1. Congratulations on nap number 1 being accomplished. Duke says, reminds me of Chaplin in modern times. Oh, what do you mean by that?
With everything flooded again, Ember wondered if now they could reach the entrance of the cave.
Oh, most definitely. And probably the last 2 secrets that I need to pick up. Having to spin the pipes. It's a tenuous connection though, and probably only works in my brain. I just don't know what that is.
freed from the mud, the boat looked inviting.
I can use the little boat now.
The boat was a perfect fit for Ember. It felt like they were on the right path at last.
I should be able to grab this now.
Ember found a secret note from the Wanderer. A few embers flock together. Together we linger. Together we could be a beacon, a lighthouse.
Interesting. Together we could be a beacon like a lighthouse. Il says it's refreshing not to have to battle enemies. I completely agree with you. It's a good change of
The
pace.
passageway was dark and eerily silent. Ember wondered why the dam had been blocked.
And Duke says living is enough of an enemy sometimes. You're not wrong about that. Life be hard sometimes. Hello, King Cyrus. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Thanks for joining us. Cyrus says, I know I'm mega late. No. You're not late.
There was
The
a
stream
lens
was
on the
early for
wall.
you.
It looked dull in the darkness. There was a space in the frame for something to fit.
Looks like I can do something with this to reflect some light. Cyrus says I work with my own time. Hell yeah. Okay, I see what this is going for. We gotta push this so that it hits the other light.
As the gate opened, a thought of what was the gate keeping locked away.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, secret. Now we can go get the boat, take it over there, grab the secret, come back, reflect the light, and then go through everything that we need to go through.
Ember found a lost message. I cannot move on, but I can protect others. We would be comfortable here, happy one day.
It's starting to sound more and more like the Bird King. I wonder if you all are right about that prediction. Because the idea that, like, they were getting stagnant and happy and complacent and not wanting to help anyone else seems to be popping up. And the Bird King's whole position in this game so far is basically, we have ours, forget everybody else. Only people like us will survive, kind of thing. but, you know, don't give people false hope. Whereas our Ember seems to be denying that reality and trying to create hope in the other spirits through these campfires. Duke says, I cannot move on yet, I can protect others. Reminds me of the rock biter from Neverending Story. You have to refresh me on the rock biter. Neverending Story, I haven't seen that in years. Sarah says, Hail me, your Lord and Savior. Oh, man. That's too funny. Oh, we
Ember
found
had
the
found another
third campfire.
unlit campfire at the heart of the cave.
Oh, I already see an Ember in need of saving over there. Duke says, oh man, that speech still messes me up too. It's where the giant rock creature has just given up because there's the nothing had taken all his friends. They look up big strong hands. They look like big strong hands, don't they?
The ghost said, Speak and I will listen.
Where am I?
This is the cave of regret.
Ooh.
Fear would not allow hope to find a perch here. You must not lose hope, or you too will turn forlorn. Ember thought of those they loved, those they'd left behind.
I want to help others.
There are others lost along their journey. Find them and I will guide them. Not far from this campfire, a path runs north. Where the pathway ends, a forlorn lies helpless.
We have 7 spirits left to find. And on the rest of our journey, we have 9 more forgotten things. Let's see what we can do. And there's 1 forgotten thing in this room somewhere. It looks like I can push that down. We got a rotation puzzle. Alright. Looks like I can open a path this way to the Forlorn.
The stranger was tired of pretending.
I see what I have to do here.
They'd never have made it on their own.
What do these squares do? Hey, now what? Duke says apparently the way the the chat handles text has changed. It used to be that if you typed an emoji at an end of a sentence, it would just turn into the actual image of the emoji. Now it replaces the whole block of text with only the emoji. That's silly. Emojis are all you need, says Jaguar. Doug says, yeah, same. I was throwing something in the oven real quick. Doug says, no more words, only silly little pictures to convey meaning. Duke says, modern hieroglyphics is the way, I suppose. Doug says, point duck. Sure, you are a duck. Oh. Oh. I get it. I think I get it.
Fortune had always favored them.
Okay, but to what end do I need this? feel like I'm super close to solving this, but I don't know how I get up top. Maybe it's for me to bring something down instead. Like what? I have to get up there. Oh, I get it. I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it, I get it. This one's a long puzzle. Long like a snake. Like a sneaky snake. Now I can go on top here.
Had they deserved to make it this far?
Did it. Maybe long like an anteater. I don't know. I'm not a biologist though, says Achievement unlocked, the Forlorn 15. Or XP.
The stranger spoke simply. Thank you.
Well, I think we're definitely making it though. I should be able to cross this way now. Oh yeah, if I do that I can open the pathway for the boat. But then I can't get back. Unless I can do something...
It was a dock, but there was no boat.
Okay. I can cross this now.
The stranger whispered. Seen one just like you around here a lot. Creepy that one is. Peeping out. Yeah, watching you. Specifically you.
That's not creepy at all. I mean, we know we've seen that spirit kind of wandering around, trying to...
The spindle was missing a handle. So
watch
Ember
us and
couldn't
observe
turn it.
us. I don't think I have anything to work on that right now. But there's access to our boat again. Doug says, I mean, to be fair, you as the player are just super watching this guy. That's fair, but it's such a different dynamic. Like, there's a character in universe who's aware of the character's presence, not some, like, extra-dimensional being such as myself compared to the game character. What if the creepy guy is the... That sounds like an indie horror game. Like, that sounds like something...
It looked like the crystal could be turned,
that
but
would
the
be
handles
developed
were
where it's
retracted.
like, you're the one observing the character do all the things.
The stranger was wary, coiled and tense.
Another snake puzzle? Able to hit this button? Do I have to hit the button? This is a really awesome puzzle. I like this one.
The dark had gifted them friends in the past. The dark had stolen much more.
I like the idea of having to spin around which one has the block and which one doesn't in order to give you, like, the correct pathway.
Would this new light do the same?
Feels very cleverly designed to me. Doug says all third-person games are really just you playing as a creepy guy. Except you're in the person's head controlling their actions, so that's another level of creepy. You also have, like, a godlike vision where you're looking over them and able to protect them from danger. And perceive, like, threats in 360 degrees. Duke says, well, aren't you just Fancy Pants McGee with your puzzle solved? Yes, I am. Doug says, godlike creepy guy.
Whispered, I'm so tired. Do you know the way?
Duke says, are you saying that you're a god? I believe that in every video game world, you are essentially a god controlling an avatar if you are in a third-person perspective, yes. That is exactly what I'm saying.
It looked like the crystal could be turned, but the handles were retracted. It looked like the crystal could be turned, but the handles were retracted.
What I want to know is where the box is on this screen. What about second-person perspective? What would a second-person perspective game even look like? What even would that be? The Mr. Beast show. Somewhere in the middle. You play as an NPC and the protagonist you can't control.
Ember felt pity for the skeleton, without a flower to mark their grave.
Well, I don't have a flower for you right now.
Ember had nothing to offer.
But I have a forlorn to save right here. Yeah, that's pretty much what it would be, Doug. You'd play as an NPC and the protagonist would not be in your control.
The stranger had misplaced a memory.
It's just a movie at that point. You're not wrong.
They tried to remember, but found more voids.
There we go. That is not correct.
Only the shape of the thought remained.
And we got another forlorn. Ill said, are you talking about Mr. Beast? Duke says he's super famous YouTube game show guy. Does things like Squid Game or 100 kids versus 100 adults. Jaguar says, dang, didn't I tell Zelda to stop coming in here and taking my treasure from my house? I mean Link. Wait, where was Link taking the treasure from your house?
The stranger looked around.
Oh,
fearfully.
you're talking about the NPC.
I stayed in the nest
Got it.
too long.
Doug says, NPC Simulator, you have to watch Link come into your house every 5 minutes and smash your pots powerless to make it stop. Il says my dog's name is Link. Well, hello, Link in particular. No, that is ridiculous. Can you imagine being an NPC that's just kind of following the protagonist the entire game and just watching them do everything? You're just observing. But then you have to keep in mind that it would be a third person, second person game, because you'd be controlling the NPC from a third person perspective, observing the character, the protagonist, from a second person perspective. Or it would be a first person, second person perspective, where you'd be playing as a non-playable character, observing all of that. Duke says, or you play as an important NPC in each town and area. But you're still in a first or third person perspective to observe the other character as a second person perspective. Because technically the minute you take control of a character, you're in first or third person for that character. Just because there's other things happening around you. Duke says, or the game starts telling you what to do in real life. That sounds like something completely different.
The stranger seemed troubled. I ran away from those birds, but I can't find the end. The Forest King offered me a feather. Maybe I should just take it.
Don't take the feather. Just leads to bad things. Well, there's one of the things we need down there. So I'm gonna go explore this place, even though I can take that lens in very easily and do what I need to do. Looks like I need a block, but where is... Oh, I can move some of these. That was not obvious to me. There we go. Wait, why can't I... Is it being... I feel like it's being incredibly picky. Here we go.
The stranger muttered, "Another lanthorn player."
Doug says the only thing you can do is say hey once every 20 minutes and watch Link do some dumb shit. So you're talking about playing as Navi. Navi Simulator, the game. Look, listen. Hey, look, listen. That's what you do all game. Hey, listen. Jaguar says that's some sci-fi that needs to be written, or like a Ray Bradbury or Asimov style story. Duke says the square one is little too... Oh, okay, you were telling me what I needed to do. Doug says, you read this message. You try to understand the meaning of the words as you read them. You proceed to react to what is said.
Well, I'm not falling for that again.
Okay. You do you.
Inside was a scrap of journal. A rusty bucket rattles in the depths, a meddler from a bygone time. They want to be helpful, piecing together the wood and the gears. I ensure they do not see what they build.
Duke says you have to do it on time prompts though, like Guitar Hero. Are you oh my goodness. That sounds so silly. Where is... Looks like there's... a whole other section to this area. Possibly that I have to reach from another exit point? Looks like I have everything from here for now. A second person message that accurately portrayed what happened. You literally have to play the NPCs, including only acting/reacting when prompted by the player. We have light.
A shadow moved in the distance. Ember hoped that it was a trick of the light.
That wasn't no trick of the light. I saw it move. Oh, there's the other... Yeah, there's the other... the thing I need. Hold up, I saw it. Somehow I have to get... Oh, I should just be able to do this. There we go.
The Wanderer's Diary. No more lanthorn tunes. No more confrontation. Hazy faces put aside. None need face the end.
That was a trick. I think it was more of a giant snake, but we'll see. Some sort of basilisk or serpent. Jaguar says, I would love the narrator from the Twilight Zone to come in and start saying, you are now in a game in which you will only be able to watch another do some dumb shit. You will only be able to come out every 20 minutes. You are now in the Navi Zone. Look, listen! Hey! Look, listen! Hey, listen! I mean, can you imagine what it also looks like from an NPC's perspective when you're doing half the crap you do in video games? Like, these people by the campfire, they're just chilling by a campfire. I'm the one walking back and forth. All of a sudden, they see me pop up the stairs. They see me go down the stairs. They see me walk this way, and then I'm gone. Their entire existence is watching me go up and down these stairs. Until I decide to get more of them, and then, you know, a person will suddenly just appear out of nowhere next to them. Like, things must look really strange from, in terms of, NPC's perspective. Or like you mentioned before, when you go into somebody's house and literally just steals from them.
The creature's body slithered between the rocks, seeming to never end.
Up the stones, down the stone. And look, their eyes are even following me. Up the stones, down the stones. And then if I decide to do weird and stuff, I can just be like, I'm gonna dance in a circle. And they just have to watch. They just can't take their eyes off me. I feel like a second person perspective makes you a non-entity. Oh, okay, that's frustrating. Alright. So now the NPCs get to see me go up the stairs and down the stairs again. The NPCs sitting there just wondering what their therapist is up to. Duke says, I don't know, you never go camping and just chill while other people did everything. I'm gonna be real with you, I can't remember many moments in my life where every other person did everything. And I wasn't contributing. Other than being sick. A second-person perspective game would be that you literally hear the protagonist tell you their tale. How about that? Like you said earlier, basically like watching a movie or listening to like a radio show or something.
Terror gripped Ember suddenly. Fear overwhelmed them.
Whoops. My boat is the broke. Rip.
The splintered plank was all that remained of Ember's boat. They sat for a moment and despaired. Perhaps the Forest King was right. There was no hope here.
I don't think that's true. There's plenty of hope.
A discarded builder robot. The poor thing was rusted in place.
Okay.
The builder's thoughts were stuck in a loop.
There's hope, just no boat.
A discarded builder robot. The poor thing was rusted in place.
Duke says, fuck that monarch, they're full of shit anyways. True. Also, that outfit would in fact be very unpleasant in the water.
The builder's
I
thoughts
completely
were
agree
stuck
with you.
in a loop. Turning slowly to rust, only the echoes for company. Disconnected gears in their head turning round and round. Each unshared moment went the same. Lost and uncared for was a dim glow. The years of loneliness had warped the builder's feelings. Perhaps they should be alone.
No, that's sad.
Time spent with others felt like a false memory.
Oof.
Soundless days measured piece by piece.
Hello, builder robot friend.
Who's there? I can't see. It's dark, I'm ever so afraid. Keep talking to me, please.
What happened?
My eye. The feathered ones did this to me. It's been so long since I've seen anyone. Since I've talked to anyone.
Where's your eye?
I can feel the warmth of the sun on it.
You can feel your eye from a distance? That's... Huh.
An outside place. It's okay if you don't want to help, but it would be so nice to see what you look like. It was wonderful to meet you. Don't forget me, please. The others never came back.
Aw. Achievement unlocked. Builder's, awakening. Are we gonna have to build a new boat? Yeah, like we're gonna have to build a new boat. Jaguar says, Tara just did a second person. You can feel your eye. Duke says, listen, eyes are just like that. Doug says, maybe the eye is connected by Wi-Fi. That is a plausible explanation. Spindle arm. Okay.
Ember found the Wanderer's diary. In a forgotten clearing, I meet a stranger, but they do not respond. Motionless, their body all rock and cold. What has happened?
I guess that's the builder? Is this the builder's eye? Metal eye, yeah. Metal Gear. What is that flower for? I got a feeling I gotta come here when the ship gets rebuilt. There we go. So we got the stretchy arm, we got the... Okay. Now we got the eye, and we got a bunch of stuff that we needed. We're also sitting at... Okay, I want to... How do I access... That's what I wanted. 36 out of 42. Not too bad. We've only got 6 left to go of those. I got your eye. Why do you look like a robotic giant version of Plankton from
The builder
SpongeBob?
took a moment as they tried to focus their eye on the small blue figure in front of them.
Duke said, not gonna lie, future robots will totally have bits of them connected by Wi-Fi that isn't even going to be weird. That is strange to think about, though. Doug says maybe it is Plankton. Well, we did just, you know, take over a Krusty Krab using a chum bucket, so... Secret SpongeBob lore in this game.
So that's what you look like. I don't know what I expected, but you have a kind face. Sorry, I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. It's just been so long since I've seen anyone. I've never been good at talking to others. You seem different somehow. Wait, how did you get here?
My boat sank.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You'll be stuck here without a... The builders seem to have an idea. You know, maybe I can help you.
You know, you're a builder. Maybe you can build me a boat.
This is so exciting. This is what I was made for. It's been so long since I made something for someone. Ember watched in amazement.
In a second-person perspective.
Could I get your input for a moment?
I have to do it. No, there's no pole. It's duck.
The scraps of broken wood and metal were being transformed. Could I get your input for a moment?
I don't know. You want me to go with winter? I was gonna go with winter.
Whatever the builder was making was nearly ready. I really hope you like it. Oh, it's a bit rough around the edges. It's, definitely seaworthy.
Doug says
You
that's
hate
like
it,
the type
don't
of
you?
options I'd give someone in a joke question.
Ember stood in stunned silence.
We got a blue ducky boat. It's wonderful.
That is such a relief. Really warms my pistons. I'm so happy.
Achievement unlocked, reconstruction.
Oh no. I'm not... Oh, that's very kind of you. Truly, I would if I could. But if you see any others, perhaps ask them to visit the builder. Ember would come back if they could. Perhaps the builder just needed more time.
That's fair, but we have a boat back, and now it's a ducky boat.
The boat was a little unconventional, but Ember already loved it.
Behold the power of Ducky Boat. What if I take Ducky Boat outside, huh? Now I can see what's in that flower, or what's with that flower. Jaguar says that's one cute boat. Boat that goes honk, indeed. A white lily. Okay, we got a flower. Wasn't there something that needed a flower? Oh, I just realized what time it was. I should probably take a break in a minute. Let me get to the next room and do that. Just make sure there was nothing else in that room before I come back this way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good. Right, the skeleton needed the flower. And now I can open this. And I've got my boat back. And Ducky powers activate. And now we can follow the path the snake had us going. And where do we park? Where do we park? Where do we park? Because that's going to mean break time. The sound of the stone moving is so nice in this game. I could see that. What do you like about it, Jaguar? And while you tell me...
A tremendous, terrifying shape slithered from the shadows. The snake's body coiled around the forlorn like a scaly shield.
Okay, then. And while you tell me, I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back in about 5-ish minutes. And we will continue playing the game and have a little bit more of a conversation about Foundation. But Jaguar says it has a nice frequency and reminds me of a P-Lone. I could see that. Kind of the mashing of things within like a mortar and pestle. A stone one, yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense to me. Duke says Foundation. Yes, we will talk, Duke. It's something I think we've actually discussed before. But I wanted to kind of bring it up as a conversation on hope. And I'm talking about Asimov's Foundation. But I will be back in a few minutes. And we will talk then. Okay, everyone, and we're back. Hope everybody enjoyed the break. A few minutes to refresh our minds before we do a little more puzzling. Don't poke its tail. Why not? It won't let me. Wait, how did I get... a lever?
It looked like the crystal could be turned, but the handles were retracted.
Looks like I can use the lever here.
The light acted as a beacon, drawing the snake away from the forlorn. Ember swallowed their fear, feeling tiny before the enormous serpent. The forlorn was released from the coil of the snake's body.
Serpent's Calling achievement unlocked. Question still remains how I get up there. But I'll figure that out in a moment. A complex machine.
The stranger's thoughts bubbled up freely.
Okay, I need to get that to lift up so I can walk up there. More pipes.
The invitation was clear.
One layer up.
some thoughts were easily found.
Okay, air goes to the green. That's what I thought.
Some thoughts only whispered. Going to the blue pipe. Mostly I feel like this puzzle is get all the pieces together. Also, yeah, I definitely teleported in that moment. That allows me access to this pipe. Old feelings in a complex tongue. What allows me to get this is a red pipe one? Wait, how did I solve things with a piece missing? Was I supposed to be able to do that with a piece missing? Oh no, the yellow one's not active. Never mind. Or the other yellow one? Question mark?
Oh, so the blue. The blue needs to be connected. That's why you need the second pipe piece. That makes sense. Do I need one more, like, bendy piece? Oh, I see what I messed up. Maybe? Maybe I did? No, because I already... Not much point in going up here.
The stranger had much to consider.
Don't know how I made that work. But I did it, and that's kind of all that matters. Duke says, like any true mechanic, there's a bit of things working unexpectedly.
The stranger seemed grateful. I think I have to choose for myself.
Doug says, I think I'd enjoy the clanking of living in a giant machine. However, I think the unforgiving nature of being stuck in a machine like that can be terrifying. Does that work? Will that let me do what I want to do? No.
Amber
There we go.
uncovered a journal entry.
Dukes said I
find
don't see that
another
as very
encased
different
by
from living in
stone.
capitalism.
I feel their mutterings, whispers under my skin. They are forlorn. They cannot find home. It is terrifying.
Alright, so in this room, I think we now have everything that we came for. Curious what happens now if we turn this off. Nothing. Okay. Worth a shot. Where else can we go now? Oh, I can attach that. There was the skeleton. I don't remember where the skeleton went. Or where the skeleton was to give it the flower.
The spindle was missing a handle, so Ember couldn't turn it.
Was it this way? Yeah, it was over here.
Ember felt pity for the skeleton, without a flower to mark their grave.
Oh. Nice.
Hidden away was a scrap of journal. The forlorn have entered my dreams, their accusing voices inescapable.
Hmm. Only 4 more to go. But now we can open this. And we've got 4 out of 7. So we have 3 more forlorn to get, and 4 more of the lost things. And I don't think we've been this way before, so let's try it. Let's see where we end up. Area has 1 missing thing and a forlorn.
A tremendous, terrifying shape slithered from the shadows. The snake's body coiled around the forlorn like a scaly shield.
I'm gonna go to the next screen. There's another forlorn there. Not a place to dock, though. Okay. All boats are ducks if you don't think about it. Actually.
Ember found a scrap of journal. I kneel in the damp. Tiny stones pierce my knees. The mud soaks. Lost. Too tired to sleep. I will not be stone.
Dang, what is happening to this person writing these entries? I need to I need to get a light from the next room over to work on this puzzle. What do you do? Okay, there's the lens. Grab the doll. Place it here. Rotate this switch. Allows me to get this.
Hidden inside was the Wanderer's journal. Dam the water. Scuttle the boats. This will be our new home. We will stay in our nest forever.
What are you hiding from? Why did I feel like I needed... Oh, because I did. Here's Forlorn Spirit number 5 in this area.
The stranger's heart was in knots. Sun, a faded memory.
That felt like That felt like it was supposed to feel more complicated than it actually went. The solution just kind of clicked for me on that one. But yeah, while we're doing this, let's talk a little bit about Foundation after we hear what this Forlorn has to say. Or rescued Forlorn.
With tears, the stranger said, "You have reminded me, friend. The beacon."
Beacon? So, as I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, Isaac Asimov wrote a book called Foundation. And the premise of Foundation is that a group of people get together and try to come up with an alternate structure to preempt the collapse of galactic civilization. That's the premise. There's a lot more to it, and I'm speaking from the book's perspective, not from any shows or movies that may have come out. But when I think about things like The Last Campfire, this idea of hope, like we talked about last week, one of the things that often pops up in my head is, what do we do to start building the society or the structures that will eventually be the thing that people turn to when Empire collapses? And so I want to throw out to all of you, kind of offer your perspectives and ideas on what that might look like for yourself, or what you might perceive in that. Like, what would your ideal structure look like if in that regard?
The light acted as a beacon,
I know Il had mentioned
drawing
earlier
the snake away from the forlorn.
that it would be
Embers swallowed
something
their fear,
that
feeling tiny
was
before the
non-hierarchical.
enormous
Obviously, as
serpent.
anarchists, I think that's
The forlorn was released from the coil of the snake's
something
body.
that we would adhere to as a principle. However, you know, when we're talking about building structures, we're talking about building something that will have some sort of power, and be able to sustain itself while flying under the radar. I'm reminded of a number of different societies that already exist separate from the states that they're a part of. I'm thinking of, we're basically talking post-apocalyptic. Not necessarily. I think it's more of the preparation for creating structures now. I'm not assuming post-apocalyptic. I don't assume that's the only way that Empire would fall. I'm reminded of places like Rojava. I'm reminded of places like Chiapas, where you have these structures that are in place, and they are not part of the state structures, but they exist under current states. And they're kind of foundations within that framework. Duke said, for separate societies, look at the Amish. That's a complex one, isn't it? Because on the one hand, I agree with you, but on the other hand, there's a lot of issues within
the stranger had been robbed by
Amish
an
society
icy
and
hand.
culture. Including lots of different forms of what have been described from people who have gotten out as abuse. So I don't know if that's necessarily the best example I would look towards for that, but to create that separate society, it wouldn't be a bad thing to look at, if that makes sense.
They had burned so bright, so brilliant.
but they're an example one to grapple with. Yeah, for sure.
With flicker and ash, their flame had faded.
And I do agree with you, Duke. They are an example, one to grapple with, to explore.
The stranger looked at their hands tearfully. I had forgotten how warm it feels, just being.
I just think that when you do examine that, you have to examine it within the full extent of its positives and negatives, and exploring what can be taken and borrowed, while also accepting that it is a flawed example. That's all I was getting at. But I agree with you, they are an example to look at. But I'm genuinely looking at things from a perspective of when we build communities, when we start building spaces and we start developing things that we would identify as dual power structures, is there something to be borrowed also from the ideas that Asimov had in Foundation, where we kind of examine and explore this idea of kind of absorbing the power vacuum, one in which we, you know, have more of a democratically controlled collective, designing things and exploring things and having it already built, so that if something larger collapses, that there are smaller societies to kind of pick up the pieces, that we have the infrastructure in place, the social infrastructure in place to soften the blow of something like that happening. You know, that's kind of where my head is at when you're talking about something hopeful in that regard. Duke said, preparing for when things collapse and being at least a kernel that is organized to fill the gap. Exactly. And I don't know entirely what that would look like. I feel like that would be different for every single community. Il says, move away from this representative democracy. I mean, this isn't a representative democracy. You're not going to have a democracy in any way, shape, or form when you have capital running things. That's just an inherent contradiction, because it automatically turns into a pay-to-play model eventually. Eventually, the goal will be to not just accumulate wealth, but to control the laws to help assist you in accumulating further wealth. And so I think that it's inherent within the system of for-profit models and finance that allows and enables democracy to fail. As soon as you introduce a system where one person can have more say over another person, you've broken democracy. And that's the whole idea and premise behind that very conservative notion of voting with your dollars. Well, if you could just vote with your dollars, but then obviously some people have more say and votes than others, right? Like that's how that will always manifest. Duke says, I know I'm going to sound very repetitive. Your ideas are usually good, so they're probably worth repeating, Duke, just being perfectly honest. Housing and worker co-ops would be useful bases to develop such radical structures, or a thing within which such a thing can currently exist in parallel. I tend to agree with you. I think that having workers be able to take over and manage their workspaces, I think having people in control of their homes and housing and being able to work in tandem with their communities in order to develop these type of projects will often lead to the type of outcomes that I think we're all talking about and looking for. Bill says, I mean, getting people to imagine something better than voting for people in the hopes of things getting better. I think that that's going to be part of a process of allowing and learning to rely on other people. Again, to start looking at our neighbors and communities not as other people who are in our way, but rather altering that perspective to recognizing the common humanity between peoples in our communities and spaces, and realizing that we don't need to rely on someone else, but we can do it on our own. Duke said local councils would be interesting to try and work towards creating something as simple as local assembly of people who want to solve local problems all the way up to community deciding politics. Yeah, and the thing is also, is within our current structures, you could very easily envision that enough of the community comes together in certain places where the financial backing of, financial backing going to some conservative-minded politician wouldn't be enough to win the representation of people. That people, if they had to operate in our current structures, would be able to have a representative who wouldn't be able to be bought out, and if they were able to be bought out, would be essentially excommunicated from the community as quickly as they took the money, the bribe money. What do we do about people who get paid high-paying jobs? They're not going to want to give that up easily. I'm talking about 100K a year. Okay, so first of all, I need to clarify and say this right away. 100K a year is not a lot of money. There are people in certain locations that will struggle on 100K. Thinking a lot of the bigger cities, I'm thinking like LA, New York. You have to specify where the 100K is. Secondly, I'd argue that 100K is not a lot, because the people that we're going to have to deal with in the end are not the people making 100K. The argument for them is you will probably still get better than what you have now, because you'll actually have health insurance, you'll actually have things that you care about and need. And the worst case scenario for somebody making that money is you won't have a change in your living conditions. So you might as well see other people have better living conditions, because if other people have better living conditions, then your living conditions will naturally improve. Simply for the fact that there will be less of the scary things that all the people who consider themselves middle class are worried about, like theft. You know, when you give people what they need, it's surprising how you handle problems like that. The real issue will always be the people who are making not hundreds of thousands, but millions upon millions of dollars. And eventually, you know, as we're getting to that point, billions of dollars. You know, so I'm of two perspectives with that. On the one hand, like I said, 100K is not that much of a high-paying job nowadays in certain locations. But on top of that, there is even for people making, say, $300,000-$400,000, there's still incentives within the benefits that they would see. A lot of people in those income brackets, they're worried about, well, my community could become unsafe. There could be theft. There could be robberies. There could be drugs. There could be murder. You know, there's all of the pearl clutching that ends up happening. And I think appealing to the fears of that is something that you'd have to bring up. Well, if you just fed people and you gave people homes, there wouldn't be people living on the street begging for food and stealing. Right? Like, that's just the reality of things. You know, most of the reports that come out of LA, because LA is one of the places with one of the biggest homelessness or houselessness crises, because of the way that other states will actually funnel people into California to not deal with the problem. But when you have the amount of houseless and people that are in those spaces, you'll often hear people in the neighborhoods be like, well, you know, I have to walk down the street and I have to see these people in homes and in the tents, and they make it all about them. But if they would just shift the focus back on the subject of the people who are literally without homes, you wouldn't have to see people without homes and feel whatever emotions you feel about that. Both, you know, all of the guilt and shame, as well as the anger and frustration at the fact that your precious sidewalks are being used up, if people just had homes. And I think that's where what the appeal would be there. Duke said, I'd argue that 25 to 33% of the population of a district into such a scheme and you can control every election. Pretty much. Pretty much exactly that. Jaguar said, I don't think that people would not need to cling to that money if basic needs are met. That's kind of the idea I'm going for with that, Jaguar, where it's like, if you're seeing people's needs met, the benefits that you're going to get from that little bit of extra money will be outweighed from the benefits that you will probably get by having the society essentially pay for everything and provide for people. Also, if you see me kind of wandering aimlessly, I am missing one forlorn, and I have no clue where the heck this thing is. Doug said, in places like New York City, probably. Il says, true, I guess. It seemed a lot to me since I lived in a lower cost of living area and I was single at the time. Yeah, when you start factoring in like a place like LA, right? If you're a single mom living in LA, like 100K is if you have one or two kids, that's not meeting your needs. Especially if you have to pay for things like babysitting or you have to pay for because babysitting is one of the most expensive costs out there. Never mind the rents are through the roof. Never mind getting healthcare for your kids. Like, yeah, no, being without kids, being single, being in a lower cost area, I could see how 100K sounds like a lot. But if you're in a high cost area, you have children and you're by yourself, or you're trying to live off of that, even with a partner, that can still be very difficult. Hi Ecuador. Hello and welcome. Hope you're having a chill and lovely Sunday. Thank you for joining us. How would you ever actually practically do any of the things you're talking about? As I've said before, one of the first things that needs to happen is to start actively talking to the people in your communities. Start developing and having conversations with people. And I mean actually having conversations and finding out what the needs of people in your local spaces are, and start to put yourself in a position to start solving some of those needs. And that's not an easy process, but the goal is to start the process of having small little meetings where you talk about what the issues are that are involved in your communities. There are spaces and places that do this already. And it starts at the local level, and it starts with, again, having these very basic conversations. Childcare is expensive. How can we create a community organization around care for kids? How can we make sure that all the kids in our neighborhood are being fed? Are there any empty buildings and properties that maybe we could house people and put people in that are, not currently being housed and homed? And you start to organize with the people who are themselves houseless and find out what their needs are. It's about finding needs and solving problems. And it's not going to be a simple procedure. It's not going to be easy under neoliberal capitalism. There's a very individualized mindset, and a lot of people are afraid, quite frankly, that they will get burned or hurt. But if you want to know where it starts, that's where it starts. It starts with and it starts also with places like, if you can't do that in your physical space because it's an impossibility, I think that means trying to find online communities where you can start gathering those ideas as well, sharing them, because not everything is going to be accessible for every single person, and it's going to look like a different journey for every person and group that tries to undergo that. Duke says, Jaguar, if food and shelter and many other amenities are provided, a very tiny income would likely be quite fine. Very true. Duke says, giving people something for free, like food, is often a great icebreaker or excuse to have strangers gather. I completely agree. Having a community potluck or community meal or anything in that kind of I guess, concept, like anything similar to that, would be a great place to start getting people together. And you're going to get a lot of people, especially under our current system, where the best they can give is a small financial donation to the organization. You're not going to create the perfect solutions right from the get-go. Some people are going to sit there and say, well, I work 60 hours a week, but I can give maybe a small amount of money to you all to help fund your projects to feed the kids. And that's welcome too, because that's still a contribution. But you're also going to have people who are like, well, I can be the person that everybody can, take care of their kids, and we can create a, child care collective and start to work in that direction. And then you have another person who says, well, I can tutor math for all the kids. And, you start working towards building that communal space together. Jaguar says, there are so many examples of this worldwide throughout time. A Google search shows that. And like Tara said, it looks different depending on the community. Yeah, and we're also in a reality and a world where in our daily lives, we interact with several different communal spaces all the time, right? And we have our local communities, we have the spaces that we live in. So housing cooperatives work towards that progress. You also have the wider neighborhood, right? Like, so you can start talking about, well, on this, if you're in a city, especially on this block, what are the needs of this block? What are the needs of this section of blocks? Or what needs to happen in this space? And then you start working towards building all those things. And when things get too big, you let them branch off into something else. Them being too big is the good problem to have. And so you let other groups take things over and you collaborate and work together. And I think that you also have to identify that the workplace is another community that we often follow through in, right? And so in that workspace, what's the best way to do it? Start to unionize. Start working towards getting programs in place where the workers in your company can start to buy up shares of the company, or get some sort of program where not just shares are not enough. And I've talked about this before, in the different ways that ownership can happen. You don't just want shares. Shares without a vote is worthless, because you'll still have that authoritarianism and hierarchy going on. What you want is to start negotiating terms that slowly allow you to buy voices within the company, even if that's done through some sort of system. But the unions need to start pushing for that as well. But that's another community that we can organize within in our daily lives. Where else do we go to? Maybe you go to, I don't know, a certain store or whatever that you consistently go to. Maybe you're in one of those towns where literally the Walmart is the town, right? Like in a lot of places that happens, where you'll get a Walmart or like a Target, which is like the big community space. Like everybody's working there, everybody's there. Like you organize in those small towns and you start to get the workers starting to unionize. You can get the workers to start, the people to start working towards projects involving that. You can end up influencing a lot. These spaces are all interconnected. And the more it happens, the more likely it will be possible for other communities to latch on and borrow from those resources. And those resources are the ideas, those resources are the skills, those resources are time, and those resources are, our ability to come together. And it's all interconnected. Duke says the Target is the big community space. That used to be just called the market or the forum or the agora. Correct. You're absolutely correct. The goal is to take those central hubs and make them of the people again. It's horrible that they were ever taken from us. I agree with you. Also, I'm going to very quickly look up where this last one is because I am absolutely just stuck. Let me see the caves. Accessing the caves. We're in the caves. I definitely did that puzzle with the snakes on that. I did this one with the pipes. I did this one. This is the one with the two snakes, the two platforms with the snake. I did that one. That's the one with the fire I just did. This one does not look familiar. Pedal to the south. He returns to the room with the campfire. Okay, I think I know where I need to be. Il says, true, asking people why they are working in the first place. I mean, most people will tell you that the reason why they're working is usually has to do with providing for their needs and for their kids' needs. So if you were to tell them, hey, like, there's a way that you could get those needs met differently, I mean, people might be skeptical at first, but addressing those needs. That's where it's at. I did this one. I feel like I'm missing something very obvious. And I'm on, like, the last things that I need to get in the game. It's kind of... Duke said, yeah, that's exactly it. It would be just like having a, quote, job opening in the Revolution to offer them. That's definitely one way to look at it. Alright, so that pathway is not helpful. I have cleared that pathway. There's one right there. Here's where I was missing. Turned around.
The stranger was so lost. Curling and coiling, lost forever.
That should be the last forlorn in this area. I think I just need one more secret in this area. And then I can open achievement unlocked, those left behind. Duke said, sorry.
The stranger looked at Ember with relief. I tried to go back, but I just went nowhere. Time to go forward, I think.
Duke says, create means to self-sustaining revolutionary praxis, and then continually expand the extent and domains that you are doing this in within your community. As you do so, offer fellow revolutionary spots as they open up in the scheme. Yep. I think that's pretty much the way that it has to be done. That would be the practical solution, as it were.
Inside was a secret diary entry.
It's one step at a time.
This is the promised home. I have nothing to resolve. Close the gates. Keep all lost souls safe.
Is that 41 out of 42? Yep. Okay. And the last one, I believe, from what I saw, is in the area beyond this area. So we can set up the last campfire and title drop. And, we can wrap up the game. And the thing is when you get when you get that kind of community organizing in one neighborhood, you can very easily transfer it into another one. The being the starter to these things is always the most difficult. But you're also going to always have people who are what is known as bridge organizers or bridge leaders, where they'll be the ones coordinating between multiple different groups, trying to get information relayed back and forth, trying to see a sharing of information, a sharing of ideas, and a sharing of resources between those groups. Jill says, I will be the starter. Hell yeah, if you can do it, do it. Achievement unlocked, glowing cinders. Achievement unlocked, campfire of the caves.
The ghost said, "You have done all you can, little one. Your journey lies ahead. Your journey is nearing its end, little one. You have cleared a path for others to follow."
See? You do the thing, and others will follow.
I will guide them after you have gone.
Duke says, and you build consensus with people as they join what is ultimately an ongoing conversation through democratic governments. You know what it also is? And I think that every person...
Only the Forest King knows where the final campfire sleeps. Ask them your questions. Know that if you return here, you will always be welcome.
I think that when it comes to organizing and consensus with people, one of the things that we need to remember is the perfect cannot be the enemy of the good. What do I mean by that? There are some communities where revolutionary action type that we're talking about may not be completely accessible, but there might be structures and organizations, especially in some areas where you might have church communities that are doing really good programs. And I'm not talking about the white supremacist church institutions. I'm talking about places that are doing like souls to the poles, or you know, they're feeding people, whatever. Go into those spaces and ask them how you can help out, and have conversations with people. Start talking to them about your ideas. See how many of them stick. Throw your ideas literally like darts at a dartboard, and hope that a couple of them stick and influence people. And hopefully within those spaces you start to see an exchange. And maybe they're not there for you on every step of the way, but maybe they're there for you because their particular organization believes that there shouldn't be people living on the street. So they're there for you for that particular topic and nothing else. And you know what? You take that because that's more hands on deck. But you also have to do for them. So if that means working towards an electoral goal with them for a little bit, so be it. If that also means working with them on, you know, projects where they're feeding people, you do that too. And that's how you build community organizing and you expand on community organizing that already exists. You're not going to convince everybody that it's all going to happen tomorrow and you just need to abandon everything. It's not going to happen. You might have your small group of anarchists and communists that do come together and have that mindset. And it's great to have those spaces. whether they be online or in person, to bounce ideas off of, to talk to about the organizing, but the steps need to be followed through on and taken. And, I was also thinking about the different communities that we're in, like a lot of people who are in schools. And I mean that both if you're an educator or if you're someone who is in school, either as a student, and in like a high school level or even in a college level or a professor. If you're in these spaces, that's another space that, yes, for some it's a workspace, but for others it's also a space where they can organize and might have some time to organize. And so that's another thing that can be done. And if you're smart about it, you might even be able to use, say, a university's budget to your advantage if you're able to pull that off and make a convincing
The
argument why it
taste
would
of
be
fresh
good for
air
the
was
school as
welcoming
well.
as Ember left the caves behind.
And I'm just throwing ideas out there. Like, it's going to be different for every person. Zero says, my backyard, I'm starting to see a garden, and the previous owner had a pond at one point, but they filled it with dirt, so I had to dig it out. That sounds like a lot of work to get your pond back. Duke says there's governance structure called sociocracy. You all should look into. Most primers you find should be good. Jaguar says, congrats, Zero, and I have to concur. Congrats, that's a lot of work. Good job. Zero says, now I need to dig up some bushes, but I feel bad killing them. I know I'm supposed to ask permission, but how do I ask a living thing permission to kill it? That is something I don't think I have, both the emotional and, I don't think I have the emotional energy to describe to you, but there is a way to do it. And yeah, Jaguar actually brings up a better question, and that was about to pop in, like, that was popping into my head as I saw it written. Could you relocate them? Could you reroute them somewhere else?
The forlorn was different. Their gentle music filled Ember's thoughts. They sang. I was Ember. I was bird. I was forlorn. None were my true self. I will not go back to flame nor feather. I will find another way. Ember understood and let them be. Something was wrong. Ember could feel it. It was quiet. All the birds had gone.
All the birds had gone, you say? Hmm. Did the stream freeze for you all, or is that just Zero? It's still going on your end? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Glad that it's still going and everything works. Do.
A
And this is
lost
the last
message
one.
was inside. Feathers red and ashes white, embers shelter from the night. Still and safe and nestled tight, final hours of the fading light.
The game stopped when I was alt-tabbed out of it. Yeah.
There you are. You've done this.
I've done this. You did this to
The
yourselves.
king is gone. Gone. What did you do? Telling lies, being tricksy? We had no troubles till this one.
What happened?
The king is dead. Dead.
Yeah.
They'll be coming for us now, all of them. Who looks after us now?
You look after you?
What does we do? I'm not a real bird, just wearing bird clothes. They're not even a real bird. Who look after them now?
No, what a shame.
There you are. The king is telling lies, being... We had no troubles till this one. The king is dead. They'll be coming for us. Who looks after us? What does we do? I'm not a real bird, just... They're not even a real... Who look after them now?
Secret door? There's some Wizard of Oz crap going on
Chains
here.
and pulleys in the base of the chair.
I am Oz the Great and Powerful.
It didn't feel real. The Forest King wasn't real.
Doug says maybe remove the bird outfit. Duke says I sometimes like to think of StarCraft unless you're a sociopathic Zerg. You start by gathering resources and building up your base. That's a good analogy, actually. Zera says, I feel like the king's death is their fault for even having a king in the first place. Don't want your king to die, don't have a king. That's a fair point. Duke says, I think you might be onto something there, too. Doug says, I think I might be right on the Wanderer being the Forest King. I think you might be right, Doug. You might have called it.
Broken boats were scattered on the water.
The last campfire.
The ghost spoke. Brave little one, few have made this journey. This is the last campfire. Your path ahead is clear. What you do now is yours to decide. This is the end of the path. You have helped all who can be helped. It is time to complete your own journey. A boat lies waiting, but it belongs to another.
Another?
Their path was not so straight as yours. Seek them out before you move on. In the clearing, Ember hoped to find answers. Behind the Forest King's puppetry was the wanderer in the red cloak.
You were right, Doug.
The stranger spoke. Why didn't you stop? Why not stay safe in the nest I made? Don't you see? This is all there is, just the end. What hope can there be in that? The stranger had dropped their mask. Ember knew they spoke the truth. The path goes nowhere, but we sail on regardless. Slipping beyond the horizon, one after the other. I couldn't bear it. In the end, I destroyed the boats. What have I done? Slowly, the stranger withdrew. I wanted to be a lighthouse for others. How do you save others once your light has gone out? The wanderer's thoughts had become twisted.
Doug says you can help everyone, but sometimes that means yourself too. Yeah, it means knowing when to take care of you first.
Hiding every day behind a mask. Watching hopeful little ones arrive endlessly. Knowing the empty path that lay ahead. Inside their dim light was a hidden pain. They had watched those they care for turn forlorn. They had locked their hope away, tried to protect it. And Ember's actions had seemed a distorted mirror.
And we're bringing their light back to them. Oh, hi, bird.
The wanderer searched
Achievement
for
unlocked.
words.
Final awakening.
When I reached this place, I could see the truth. This is all that there is. There is nothing that comes after. How do you face that? I'm not ready.
You pass your hope on to others.
I turned back, tried to stop the others. Built a little nest. What a mess that was.
So essentially, their goal as the Wanderer was to explore these new things. They came to a wall in their journey, hit that wall, and to spare everybody else, they said, we can't do better, just everybody stay safe under me. And everybody said, oh, I'm afraid, so... And that fear is what allowed the accumulation and formation of the king and the birds. And it took, again, the courageousness of our Ember to kind of push past that and to reestablish the campfires, to help the forlorn, to kind of push past that. And it's kind of a beautiful story in that regard. Trying to protect out of fear is what led to both the hierarchical positioning and the negative outcomes. Very fascinating.
You hope, you try, you fail, and then nothing more.
It matters that we hope, it matters that we try, it matters that we fail. I like it matters that we try.
I thought I was saving them, that they would lose hope if they knew. But without an end, they lost hope anyway.
Yep.
The Wanderer took a breath. I thought it would lead somewhere, mean something. Ember paused. So many places the path had taken them, so many others whose paths had crossed their own.
It's okay to be scared.
After everything I've done, I don't deserve to move on. Only my boat remains. Take my oar. Finish your journey. Leave this place. Ember knew the end lay ahead. Were they any more ready than the Wanderer?
We will go together. All the spirits that we helped are following too. What is this leading to?
There is a place where the lost embers go as their light begins to fade.
Achievement unlocked, a journey concludes. That was a really touching game. Really well-designed puzzles, a lot of fun. A lot of good messages. Very happy with that. What did you all say? Doug says, it's the last campfire, just like the name of the game. Zero says, are all birds evil or just the ones who have a king? Doug says, all birds are evil, source me, I'm a bird. Zero says, it's a beautiful story. Doug says, that's why you give it your own meaning, you silly goose. But if they're a silly goose, then they're evil automatically, by your own words, Doug. Zero says, everything only means something if you ascribe meaning to it, and that was a good ending. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what we get out of life, what we get out of the journeys that we experience, yes, a lot of it is from outside influence that are and things that are beyond our control, but the perspective that we take to it and how we respond to it is something within our control. And I think that that's an important component to it. And yeah, things will get you down sometimes, but hopefully you can take the time to take care of yourself. Hopefully you can take the time, and if you're lucky enough, like the Wanderer was, to have somebody else show up to help you as well, then, you know, all the better for it. But at the end of the day, you know, we're all on this journey. We're all trying to figure things out, and it's really nice to see a game kind of address that fear of the unknown, of the purpose of our journeys. And, you know, what I really appreciated about this game more than anything else is, yes, there were some forlorn that you could help and save by working out their puzzles and solving it for them. But there were also many that said, I need to solve it myself, or I'm not ready. And that's very realistic. And they'll make their way. They'll find their own path. That's okay too. Really good game. Really good messaging. And really just a good examination of how fear can often lead to a lot of these negative outcomes that we talked about, especially with the Bird King. Jaguar says clapping. Clapping indeed. Gangle, the voice says the voiceover was very good. Glad to have you here, Gangle. It's always a pleasure. I hope you're having a chill experience with the game and have had a chill experience watching. Yeah, the voiceovers were really nice. I liked the narration. I liked the fact that it was kind of a story that was being told to us. It felt a lot like a storybook. And like we were putting together the pieces of that storybook, and it was one more piece of the puzzle that was being put together. And if you collect all 42, I think it was, of those pages, you see the mindset of the Wanderer slip from being a lot like your Ember into the Bird King. And I think that that's important, but I also like that it's optional and it's not part of the 100% criteria, because you find that out at the end anyway. But it just is an incentive for you, if you want to explore the world more, to see more of it. The only minor nitpick I had was that you should be able to go back at pretty much at any point and collect them all, so that you can see all of that for yourself. And the music is fantastic as well. At Jaguar, I just saw you. Yeah. Great music as well. Very pleased with this game. Yet another title that's produced by small developers and small communities, like small groups, that is producing wonderful games and great experiences with great narrative stories that are told through the medium of not just a video game, but the specific genre of a video game. The puzzles of life were brought out through this game, you know, and it's a game that is a puzzle game, and the themes fit together with trying to figure out the mystery of life. And that really works. It was thematically on point, as well as being, you know, just on point in general. Just it was on point thematically, but it was also on point in its execution of that theme within the genre that it was going for. And it fit together as a beautiful package, and I'm glad I got to share it all with you. Um, so on the Discord, we'll be talking about what the next game is for next Sunday. I'll throw out some ideas, or I'll let you know what I have planned as soon as I figure that out. But we will be streaming next Sunday, assuming everything, is good. And we'll pop into Staxel and wrap up Last Campfires with a little memorial thing for finishing it and build the portal to the next game. And then we'll go into the next game then. So thank you all for a lovely conversation. Thank you all for sharing this beautiful game with me. And if you can do all the YouTube things like comment, subscribe, check out some of my videos. I finally got one out. What was it? Not this past week, but the week before, and more will be coming in the near future. And if you're in a financial place to do so, and only if you're in a financial place to do so, please do consider supporting me on Patreon. It goes a long way to helping me continue with these streams and produce more content in terms of the political stuff that I put out. Il says, glad I got to experience this with you all. Again, glad you were able to be here as well, Il. Duke said it was really good. Jaguar, of course, complimented the music. I think I said that, but that's okay. Worth mentioning again. And Deg says, bye, see you next week. Yeah, I think with that, I'll give you all your 5 minutes if you all want to talk in chat, and I will see you all next week. Have a good one. And with that said, my name is Anarchist Terra. Thank you so much for watching. And Zero says, drink water and take care of yourselves.